accordion only.
Oh, look at him. Oh, I love that. Nice. Oh, that's sweet. I love that. Very, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to Ted's Home, Ted HQ. And we're live once more. Hope we're all good. Welcome to a very, very windy RAF Coningsby. It's certainly blowing a gust here. We're going to try and hang on as much as we can. Oh dear, the challenges and the perils of bringing you live military aviation around the country. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoons, with 5 Typhoon squadrons, along with the BBMF. So we do have a good variety of aircraft. Don't forget the BBMF are a unit, and the aircraft of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight are actually registered as RAF infantry. So RAF Coningsby, home to an Avro Lancaster Spitfires, Hurricanes, de Havilland Chipmunks ×2, and the Dakota C-47, which we're still waiting for, which is under a long couple of years, I think, of maintenance, which we're awaiting. It's had a bit of a repaint as well, and it's not quite complete and ready yet, but we're hoping to see it at some point this year. But it has had a new lick of paint, new livery representing a new squadron. The roundels on it feature the darker and the lighter blue, hence that the squadron that it represents was focusing operations out in the Far East. Welcome to Coningsby. 5 squadrons of the Typhoon. We have 29 squadron. They are the operational conversion unit. They train new pilots that are tuned in for a career with the Typhoon. They would have recently passed their advanced flying training from RAF Valley. And if their career is the Typhoon, they come here to train to be qualified on the Typhoon, and with their success will move on to a frontline squadron. There are plenty of them. We have RAF Lossiemouth's variety of squadrons as well flying the Typhoon, and of course 1435 flights at the Falkland Islands, and of course don't forget the 29 squadron here. Although we focus on the pilot side of things, it is the schooling and training for armourers, weapons conversion unit, engineers, technicians, again with the massive contribution and help from BAE Systems. Also got number 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. They test the latest and greatest equipment, software, ordnance, weapons, that kind of thing, and report back to their HQ, which is actually RAF Waddington. Next, we got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 Fighter Squadron and number 11 Fighter Squadron. And last but not least, standing back up in 2018 and operating here at Coningsby in 2020, number 12 Squadron. Now they are a joint Qatari, Emirati and Royal Air Force squadron, and they operate here, and I believe we may be seeing them today. And of course, since 1976, as mentioned, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight made Coningsby its new home. It was just 3 years prior to the arrival of the Lancaster to the Battle of Britain flight, as it was called. And since the arrival of the Lancaster in the BBMF's inventory, that's when they added the title Memorial. Joined by our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. It's rather windy, as you can see. Ted almost acting like a windsock there. Thanks a lot, all of you who tuned in this morning. Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you like this morning's very different video. It was a rather different aircraft for us, and of course who was flying in it. That was quite a good one. Very different from RAF Murray, very posh. Hello. Plenty of Typhoons out on the main ASP. Lots of Foons. Aircraft servicing platform. Oh yeah! Startups! Oh. Give me some of that. Give me some Foons. That's what I want to hear. Typhoon engine startups of their Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines, with reheat producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each on an aircraft that weighs very little. Hang on to your ladders, it's very windy. Now, if you're planning on coming to RAF Coningsby, we are in the official spotters car park. And don't forget, if it's full, please don't park outside of the car park, as in the vicinity, as in directly on the grass, on the double yellow lines, on the crash gates, on farmers' land. Please don't do that. Park it in the town. There's obviously, if you want to come here, there's a car park in the town. It's 20 minutes walk to get to this position. There are other spots, of course, but we always recommend the car park. But it's always just 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes away. I think the first 2 hours are free, and it's reasonably priced for the rest of the day. Typhoon made in 4 different countries. The Eurofighter Typhoon. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain. Each wing held by 6 bolts. Main fuselage in Germany, which has over 30 kilometers of wire. 30 kilometers of wire, at least. And Britain contributing to, with BAE Systems, the software, avionics, the Capt ECR90 developed from Marconi, Leonardo with antennas at the back of the Typhoon. The RAF's Typhoon has been tuned down max speed to Mach 1.8, designated as a Typhoon FGR4, which stands for Fighter Ground Attack Reconnaissance Mark 4, not to be confused by the Tranche 4, because the RAF only have a Tranche 3. But that doesn't mean that it's slow, because when you start messing with the max speed, you can in fact alter the response and the acceleration on a fighter that's so light that it can accelerate vertically from takeoff from just brakes to 8 seconds, 185 miles an hour, rotate to 50 degrees, 60 degree, and then vertical climb, and 22 seconds later will be supersonic. Woo! Here we go. I'm Foon, dabba dee dabba da, dabba dee dabba da. I'm Foon, dabba dee dabba da. I'm Foon, dabba dee dabba da. And I'm Foon, dabba dee dabba da. I'm Foon, dabba dee dabba da. Okay, I'll shut up now. Markings of number 12 Squadron. had any left, but still going. Nice to see a tranche 1 still going there now. ZJ9s will usually be the tranche 1, or they are tranche 1. They are being phased out, but that one's still going. Start to the morning. Lots of Typhoons, and there's still more Typhoons spooling. Oh wow, is that Nate? That might be Nath in that. That could be our reheat one. This year's official Typhoon Display Pilot 2025, who passed his PDA last Friday. Call sign reheat 1, that's squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, the last Tornado pilot to be trained by the Royal Air Force, a qualified flying instructor for 29 Squadron. Big shout out to everyone on base, RAF Coningsby. Massive shout out to all of you, all roles, all trades. Hope you're all well. Right, today's fun theme is to replace lyrics with Typhoon related lyrics, and I think I've just had one from Chris Bloxham, who probably doesn't know I'm going to read it out. Don't you know, spool it up, you've got to spool it up. Don't you know, spool it up, you've got to spool it up. Take me back to the good old days there. So today I would like you all to put in your own lyrics related to the Typhoon with some dance classics. Doesn't have to be dance, just find a song. Oh yes. This is the Typhoon of the flight. Oh yeah. Come on, you can do it. Yep, the Typhoon. This is the Typhoon of the flight. Oh yeah. I'm going on one today. I don't know what I've had for breakfast, but this is the Typhoon of the flight. Oh yeah. You can put some EJ200s on my face. A little bit of sunshine in the skies and place. Take a 9G turn too. and babe, I'll make you stay. Oh yes. With my 40,000 pounds of thrust, full throttle here I must. Like a 9G turn and feel the burn. This is the Typhoon of the night. Woo! Oh yeah. So you can see the ground crew pulling last minute pins out. The pilot would have their hands on the handles because touching anything could be disastrous. Look at this! pins that are pulled out last minute are either, would assume for on this side of the base for safety, done at last minute for flares. If it's for ammo, especially on the battlefield, you don't pull the pins out until the last minute. The pilot will have their hands on the handles that you can see on the cockpit, so that the ground crew can clearly see they're not going to touch anything, because obviously once you pulled those pins out, any false any bad move on the buttons there could well, be disastrous. So that's what that was all about. You can see the challenges on windy days for ground crew when you've got drop tanks rolling around, your marker systems for the lineys to, you know, marshal the aircraft to its holding point. It's very challenging for them. What is that sound? I can hear prop. I thought I could hear that as well. Now, when I got here this morning, there was a... I could definitely hear props. Unless it's just a ground run, but you won't be wrong in saying that you could hear it. Just wondering if it's a ground run at the moment. Got a funny feeling it is the... I think you are right. There's a few of you saying the Chipmunk. You're probably right on that one. Being on this side. But we'll just wait for now. So in front of us, tail number 311. We are expecting Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer to take to the skies for another practice display, who has recently passed his public display authorization, which means that it's official and Nathan can display at air shows, events, festivals, etc. Oh yes, but there are perils to having it, because you cannot go more than 10 days without a form of display, whether practice or real. Should Nate lapse that time without a display, then he will lose his PDA. I'm all right for now, but thank you. Thank you, though. Thank you. Oh dear. How are we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, who spent some time with Marham as a Tornado pilot, the last Tornado pilot to be trained, and has call sign Reheat 1 in the Typhoon as the official Typhoon display pilot for the RAF. Nathan was also in the farewell fly past for the Tornadoes. And one of the Tornadoes, you may have come across it or taken a photo of it or have the model of it, the black tail with the sort of gold star. It's got Nathan's name on that one. So it won't be too long now for Nathan to start displaying, practice displaying at other bases and places, so don't get caught out when you see Reheat 1. It is going to be that time of year where you will be disheartened. Trust me, I've been there, done that. I live not far from Wittering, just minutes away, and I came here, and I think it was I think it was Brighty, I think, who went to Wittering to do a practice display. So I could have just stayed where I was. So you will, I mean, there's been Linton-on-Ouse been used, Donanook, Holbeach, Scampton. What other places have I seen do practice? Yeah, there was Linton-on-Ouse once, Scampton. They've used that airspace. Wittering, of course. It's just to get them used to getting ready to, you know, not get too familiar with Coningsby, because ultimately air shows are different. So they will get used to practicing elsewhere. So just check the NOTAMs, make sure you don't get caught out. And I can tell you now that pilots, display pilots, do miss displaying here. I've heard that a few times where the display pilot does miss the home base. The Typhoon's powerful engines, a twin spool 8 compressor stage that's comprises of 3 low pressure and 5 high pressure, with a very low bypass at 0.4 to 1, and compresses air at a rate of 26. That compresses the air 26 times the amount it was. So 1 bar is now 26, for example, but squeezed. So if we had, for example, 26 centimeters square of air as a cubed, sorry, it's now 1. So that's pretty impressive. That gives you an idea of how much air is squeezed, goes into the combustion chamber and creates about 15,500 pounds of thrust, and then an additional 30% with reheats, so giving it to 20,000 pounds of thrust each. Now on an aircraft that weighs very little, made with 82% carbon composite, I think it only has around 15% of metal. Oi, oi! So yeah, 40,000 pounds of thrust. The Typhoon's empty weight is around 11,000 kilos. That's 24,000 pounds empty. So even if you stuck 10,000 pounds of fuel, I mean, it maxes at 11,000 pounds of fuel, so that's pretty amazing. And that's all internally, oi, oi. And that's just internal, so it can carry even more if it needed to on the drop tanks. So So you've got to imagine if you stuck £10,000, that's £34,000 weight on an aircraft that's punching out 40,000 pounds of thrust. So that's amazing, and that's why it's so agile, able to rotate 50 to 60 degrees from just 8 seconds into a vertical climb and accelerate. That's the difference. It's all to do with thrust to weight ratio. Just a quick one, we are in the official viewing area, so if you are planning to come here, the car park is now full. Please make your way down to the town and park it there in the car park. It's free for a couple of hours, I think it is, and reasonably priced for the rest of the day. And please don't park it outside, just outside here, because double yellow lines, and it's... It doesn't sound very good, does it? So thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, and it was lovely to see Ted HQ t-shirts today. But sadly the t-shirts are have been replaced by warmer clothing at the moment. It's got a bit of a chill. It's got a bit of a chill up here, but that's the easterly winds for you. And we have Bex and Jay here. We've got Pete as well. Oi oi. We've got Viv, Murray, Val and Murray. Where's Val? Val and Murray, there you are. All right. Jill, yes. Jill, Raymond and Julie, I think it was, that I met this morning. And Steve the burger van. Don't forget there is a burger van here that arrives around 9 o'clock. And departs around 1 PM, so don't forget to get yourself breakfast, brunch and lunch. There are no toilet facilities, unfortunately, so you'll have to improvise, but there are some heavyweight bins provided. There are about 8 of them, 4 either side, which is pretty cool. So the Typhoon Display Team can now wear black. Oh, here we go. Who was this? Is this reheat? I don't even know, this might even be reheat. Oh no, it won't because of the drop tanks. This one here is a Tranche 3 Typhoon, the newer of the newer tranche, or newer block, shall we say, or airframe. That'd be probably the correct term. Typhoon Delta Wing 4-plane configuration. Woo! maybe that's not naif. No, don't think it is. Not in a flight. So, okay. We've got gunfighter flight. The pilot of 311 getting all the glory there. I love that. So, okay, no worries. Well, there is the family version Typhoon that we can see there with the center drop tank configuration, so could be that. I mean, I've seen photos, and I do believe he has done a practice display in the family version Typhoon, so it is possible. So we'll see. Could we see a display live on the show with the family version Typhoon? We shall see. Well, there's our startup. Well, maybe we get to see the family version Typhoon being taken for a ride. Let's have a look. This could be fun. So the family version Typhoon still has all the same specs, as in the length, height, etc. So you'll notice that the RAF Typhoon display features the center drop tank. Now, I prefer it. I know some people like it clean, but I actually like it. It looks cool. For me, I like it. I'm a big fan of the centerline fuel tank, drop tank on the display. I like it because I'm so used to it, I think. But when I see the clean one, although it looks nice and lean, mean, I don't know, it just looks good. It's not a weapon, but it just, you know, gives you that bomb effect, right? So I like it. It never features any fuel in it. It will have fuel for transiting purposes, so they'll calculate the right amount of fuel. So if it's going to, like, let's say it's going to Old Buckingham, it'll have fuel in the drop tank. They'll use that, and then it will empty that out, and then have enough fuel for the journey back, and the fuel tanks provided for the display itself. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and hopefully this is Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer. Big shout out to the Typhoon Display Team. Thanks, Perry. Hope you're good. Welcome, everyone. Hope we're all well and feeling good. And welcoming all of you, Dr. Davey, Anonymous, Margot, Blocks, Argan, Digger, Stuart G, Dave Holloway, Mayhem Marshy, Ross Howarth, Jan Clark, Alex Raven, Graham Avis, Carl Simmons. Hope we're all good. Synchro Tones as well, Wibbs, Keefy Boy. So could we get, for the first time on the show, a display from the family version Typhoon? For those that are not, or for those that are new to the Ted Coningsby channel, we do have our own vocab. A family version Typhoon means that, or a family version aircraft means that it's a two-seater. Here we go. We have our own vocab here. Okay. So welcome to the show. Welcome to our community. There's someone in the back. Oh, let's ride. I mean, who would want to sit in the back of this then? Come on. Sounds there. Car alarm can't handle it already. Oh well, PTO it is though. We'll have a performance stage on it. Yeah. Sorry? Oh, okay, okay. Do we know if this is reheat? Yeah, that's fine. But that wasn't chippy, that's fine. Right, got it. Okay, cool. It sounded very chippy. Oh, PTO. Here we go. Reheat then. Rolls-Royce EJ 200 engines smashing out 20,000 pounds across each with reheat. Here we go, PTO.
Oh, reheat is the call sign. Okay, so it is reheat. Cool. Lovely. So we're going to get a display in the family version Typhoon. This will be new for the channel. So he'll get clearance to run in for his display. I had a feeling it was Nate, because he likes to go further down the runway for his departures.
I'm only walking around in the booth, so I can't get otherwise.
So we're just, I'm just going to keep an eye on Nate's whereabouts just now. So he'll go into holding, and when Tower have cleared him for the display, he'll be running in from our left. The plan is to go straight over the back of the crowd and into the display. And it is an old tranche. Looks like a, or is it? Hang on, I'm just trying to feel. It looks like a T3, isn't it? That one. Just trying to get the right details. Coming up a ZJ935, which the picture doesn't quite match, but never mind. So we have our Typhoon Display Pilot 2025. It is official now. Nath does have his PDA. So we'll just keep a lookout on ADSB. So it'll go into holding between sort of Woodhall, Spa and Horncastle at the minute. Medics and crash teams at the ready for safety. Nath, of course, is cleared down to minimals. The display is at 500 feet. There's a 100-foot hard deck for a high-speed flat pass and a 300-foot hard deck for a steep turn.
It's the Typhoon Display pilot. He's just taken on. I'll bring over all those smart.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch Nath do the workup for this, watching the 10 practice displays at 1500 feet, then a few at 500 feet to minimals, and now of course passing his PDA on Friday.
It's a real shame. Last year was brilliant, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah.
Here we go. Go on, Nath, let's have it. Let's do this.
That's them running in that. Doing it in the two-seater. We're baited back. Let you see.
Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer. Lady Sheds of Teddy Bears. What a wonderful display, rapid. I hope the passengers are right in the back. Hey. Oh yeah, got a wave as well, ZK380, and a wave from the airman in the back, making sure that they're okay. That was good. Well, I bet they both enjoyed that. You can tell Nath just loves this. It's absolutely brilliant. A bit challenging for me up here with the wind. It's, hope you enjoyed that anyway. Hinder the experience with the really strong winds and just trying to keep my balance on here. Fantastic display there from Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer. Go, more Foon action, back to the huge. Here we go. Number 11 Fighter Squadron, the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. Since 1915 they've retained their fighter role, hence the letter F in brackets, still going. Another Typhoon after they've got 4. Here we go, here we go. here today at Coningsby, Ted's home, Ted HQ. And don't forget to get yourself a Ted HQ t-shirt from our online store, tedconingsby.co.uk. If you enjoyed that and love our channel, don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Support the channel. Over 1,000 of you tuned in, so don't forget to hit that like button. And of course, come join us, subscribe to your action-packed, fun but serious, as we've always said, streaming the present, remembering the history and the past. Ted Coningsby channel, giving it to you. Come and subscribe. We spoke about yesterday the boundary layer diverter. Look, that splitter just above the intakes. What a brilliant day we've had. We've had plenty of departures here at Coningsby, and of course a practice display from Nath with the +1.
won't be too long to have our arrivals. We're doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you all enjoyed that. Fantastic. So it won't be too long now, as we said. Looks like the first flight that we had depart this morning is on its way back. Good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Is our wonderful Typhoon model for me to show you. So the airframe is aerodynamically unstable, and what I mean by that is the fact that with the design has been made around the pilot and an unstable airframe, and it uses 4 clever computers fly-by-wire to keep this going, flowing, flying aggressively as it does, with 4-plane and delta wing configuration. If 4 planes work simultaneously, they can act as to be able to pitch the aircraft, to elevate the angle of attack, because when I say elevate, the Typhoon doesn't have any elevators. It can also use as a speed brake as well, which we see to create drag, even down to the designs of the fuselage opening out here. The original design showed that there was so much drag being pushed. You'll see this a lot in wind tunnels and aerodynamics of delta wings, creating a lot of drag here. So the cure for that was to open out the fuselage, which was quite interesting. Under here we have the 4 ADPs, aircraft data pitos. They're like metal triangles that are under here. There are 2 covers, one for 2 and one for another 2 over here. Inside here we got the Marconi ECR 90 Captor, which could lock onto targets 160 kilometers away and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft, prioritizing on 6 of the 20 to 30 targets. This is a fighter ground attack reconnaissance aircraft, which means it's a multi-role fighter swing role aircraft. Predominantly it's made of carbon composite, a posh way of saying plastic. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain. These wings are held on by 6 bolts. The main fuselage made in Germany with over 30 kilometers of cable. Oh yeah. Oh. And of course Rolls-Royce with all the software, the avionics inside here. Oh yeah. And we've also got the Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines inside here. What's fascinating about the Typhoon is that the engines sit at just 20% of that fuselage. Just 20%. It's quite a small, compact, beautiful engine, producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each. Compresses air by 26 times with a low bypass. Here, inside here, we got the BK Mauser 27mm cannon. They have just 150 rounds because the Typhoon, well, it's not like the movies, only uses the cannon for warning shots and, you know, last resorts, or, you know, lighter vehicles. We've got our splitter bridge here, our diverter here, so that there's drag isn't created. If it wasn't for this diverter, this splitter bridge, what you'll find is that air is fluid, right? It sticks air and then it creates low pressure. You've got your air going in, but then by the time it meets your compressor blades, you'll get in 2 different types of pressure on a fan. So high, low, high, low. It's going to end up, you know, destroying your engine or causing fatigue. Typhoon, okay, it may not be stealth, but it has about 82% carbon composite, acrylic canopy, and it's got S-duct intakes, which means it's a letter S shape like that, which means your engines and compressor blades, which create a lot of heat, sit up here, but your intakes here. So this hides, it's got a little bit of RCS, but the problem is, we've always said that aircraft that have got their intakes here have a higher RCS. The best way to do it is to put them on the side. Imagine a Typhoon with intakes on the sides. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? It's got early warning
missile lock on the back, a little nib that sticks out. I'll have to apply that on there and stick one on there. 17 Squadron brought the Typhoon here to operate it on the 19th of May 2005. Hence the 17 Squadron marking. 17 Squadron are still active today, but they are in America as the Test and Evaluation Squadron for the F-35. This little pylon here, that's your decoy pylon. Back in the days, I thought it was an inflatable Typhoon. It's not, it's a piece of metal which looks a bit like a radar, but it is held on what's like a lanyard, and it gives off a signature of a Typhoon, so it fools the attacker. So they can think, oh, there's the Typhoon over here, but it's not, it's been dragged. It's a decoy pylon. You've got your chaff dispensers, which are bits of metal, again, part of the defense. Bits of metal can fool radars. You've also got flares under here as well. What else can we tell you about the foonage? Let me just quickly check our wolf flight. 1 second. It's got 13 hard points, Typhoon, so you can have a lot of fun with that. 3 of those points whacking on drop tanks. Where's wolf flight? Should be here in a minute. Yep, should be just behind us or thereabouts. And food, this looks good. Yeah, sorry about the blue tack there, but it is optional. Quite close together actually in the brake look. Don't normally get to fit them all in one screen like that. 2 more to go out and 2 more to come in. Man, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It was good, wasn't it?
Who did you know whether to?
Sorry?
Who did you know whether to go to late now? What? Hours?
Oh, it's up to you.
Will he go to get to the display?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
What, are you heading back home now?
That's going to be a 4-hour drive back.
Oh, right. What, the other way, is it?
Yeah, it's going back.
I mean, you're going to get something there, but it's up to you. That's your choice, and I don't want to be responsible.
Somebody else has said there's quite a bit gone up this morning, so...
Thanks, man!
Yeah. Can I go put some chairs out? Yeah. Back where you were. Yeah, okay. Someone's coming now, I don't know what this is. I think go there, we go around. Okay. I'll fix that.
tech. Just going back. To sort out some of the mechanics on the ferries to sort out. Oh, okay, thanks you. Thanks. Great, wasn't it? Amazing. That was good. Doing, ladies, gents, steady bears. Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. Hope you've come up with some more Typhoon related lyric songs. We'd love to hear them. Hey, how about this one? But I guess that's what I call it, Typhoon. There you go, that's another one. Right, so a quick mag swap. Love that shutdown, that whine. Love it. we go. Well, what a day. We've had PTO, we've had a Typhoon display, we've had lots of departures, a nice free ship. Oi, oi, you alright? How's it going? Okay? Yeah, good, thank you, all good. Oh, cool. Sorry? Oh, you're Helen Scott. How you doing? Alright, yeah? Hello, how you doing? Nice to meet you all. You alright? Yeah, you too. Yeah, it's been good. There's been loads, isn't it? Been loads. Oh, have you only just got here? Oh. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yes, been really good, really busy today, really good. Still plenty to come back yet, so yeah, still plenty to come back, and there should be some afternoon sorties, I would have thought. So yeah, it's just climbing high. It's going really, 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 really quick. So really good. Yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah, it's a lot of getting up in the mornings quite early sometimes and planning things and trying to keep track of where everything is. It started as a bit of fun really, with a phone and a teddy bear. And now look at us. I know. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, you too. You too. See you in a bit. Bye. Hi. How you doing? All right? You okay? You good? It's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, loving it, enjoying it. That's the main thing. As long as I'm enjoying it, that's the way. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll try. Anyway. Thank you. It's been really good this morning. It's been really busy, so can't argue with that. Yeah, I was surprised as well. It was quite early, really. Well, it's, you know, earlier than what we usually expect. Usually it's more near 10 o'clock, 9:45. But no, this was nice and early, so there we go. Cool. Well, yeah. Cool. Oh, yeah, you're right. Right, let's have a little look at the air space, see what's going on, see what's up there. Let's have a quick look.
Do you track it on flight radar?
No, I just use ADS-B. Okay, so still plenty of aircraft out there, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope we're all good and enjoying the show. Thank you very much for tuning in, and our midweek special here back at TED HQ, and it was nice to see TED HQ t-shirts. There are a couple floating around, although they've been covered up at the moment because it's, but I can see fighter squadron jumpers. I got oh, 2 ship as well. Here they come. Nice little 2 ship now. Here we go. done. Nice one. And it's nice to see people that are, you know, on holiday here, and it's just, you know, what amazing what people do for holidays, or shall we say what they do for aviation, you know, dedicate a holiday to this. And I've done it as well. You know, it's so cool. You know, we've done the old Tattershall Lakes, we've done that, and then, you know, I hear people having you know, booking out cottages, B&Bs, you know, and it's great. There's so much to do. Even on the weekend here, there's, you know, aviation heritage museums, and on the weekdays you've got the BBMF museum as well. You've got East Kirkby, the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. You've got Newark Air Museum. You've got Metheringham Airfield Heritage Centre as well. There's so much to do, and of course you can come and enjoy the aircraft here. You've got Lakenheath's about an hour 45 from here, or thereabouts, from here. You know, Waddington, the Reds aren't back yet, but if they, you know, it's not far. You've got Cranwell to mix it up with. You've also got Marham. Actually, I don't know how far Marham is from here, probably about an hour and a bit. More Typhoons heading back. There's some great ones here with your little lyrics. I love it. fuel probe extended out there now. So the ground crew will be checking the sensors on there. It's very easily damaged, and also indicates that they've initiated in air-to-air refueling, so they need to make sure that the probe is 100% all good. This is an old Tranche 1.
Done. Well, what a day. You have to agree, we've had a superb day here at Coningsby. Of course, it's Ted's home. Ted's home means that we also shout out the 17 Squadron Air Cadets as well, ATC.
smells good here, I tell you. Ted, you know what, mate? We've come a long way, haven't we? I just want to say, I just sunk in now that after having a conversation with Helen Scott just then, we have actually come a long way. We really have, from using a mobile phone and just taking on this very daring idea of taking Ted to military bases and places and just see what happens. And, well, 90,000 subscribers later, here we are. Amazing. Dave Holloway, member for 17 months, who's put time flies. Thank you for the stream, 17 months. Thank you very much. Gary Abrams, welcome. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. A couple of bicycle fly past there. Newbie flies around Scotland. Membership milestone for Jonathan McLean, 24 months, green badge time, Guards March. Keithy boy, oi, let's ride. Sally Cullum, 23 months membership, Guards March. Thank you, Nico, lovely shows. Margot, 199 with a heart, love it. Thank you very much for the super Guards March. Oh yeah, I'll have a 99. Mark Garwood, Vulcan Spitfire, Zombie Nation, Typhoon Nation, or Time to Food. Thank you. Someone was filming me then. That was funny. Of all the things I could have been doing. Hey! Awesome. God, it's quite windy, Teddy, isn't it? Oh, he's gone. Oi, oi, how you doing? All right?
Okay.
Yeah, all good.
Good.
Yeah, all good. Thank you. Hiya, you all right?
So when they're operating with flares, to action them and make them activate, or at least pull the pins out for them to release them, they need to do that outside the ASP. So when we seen these two take off earlier today, we saw the ground crew just doing some operations under the wings. And this is an example, even if it's armed or anything like that, they pull the pins out away from their platform, away from the ramp, away from the main ASP, and then on the way back they put the pins back in. It's for safety, because you don't want to pull the pins out for any armament that's that's active, to arm the aircraft, and you do the reverse on the way back. You do it away from the main ASP. So it was quite good to see that. It was really nice to see. It was really good to see. Here he is. All right, man. It's really good to see that. I loved it. I got some footage of that, and I got you some lovely 4K footage of that. I'll get you that on a members shout out video. Hey man, how you doing? Are you right there, both? You alright? I haven't seen you in a while. You okay?
Head party was the last thing I seen you.
When was this?
Head party.
Oh goodness me, how you been?
How are you?
2 years ago, right? How you doing, man? You alright? How's things going? Okay? Yeah, it's good. That's good to see you again, man.
I'm trying to get back into the new.
Yeah, you've had a lot of good things coming up though, haven't you? Yeah? The new one out, eh? Yeah, oh, that's good. It's a good problem to have. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know, sometimes that's oh, lovely. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, really good. Yeah, really good, man. Really good.
Well, I haven't been able to watch any live streams. That's how bad it is.
You really not. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Really good. Really good. middle of that one. It was really hard to tell. That's really hard. So I'm going to change my mind and say 0 to 5. And then if I'm wrong, let's go. Yeah.
How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just catching up with peeps, making sure they're all good. Right, what do we have here? Oh, my guess is that they'll taxi back to the main ASP, I reckon. No, they've just come from that side to go back. So we got more departures. Oh, nice 1,000 likes as well. You know it is. Oh, wow. It's all going off here. We've got F-35s up the top. Everyone for the support, getting us to 1k likes. Nice. All doing? Jojo, Adoro, Captain, Jerry, Donnelly, Christopher Carr, Margot, Alan, hope we're all well, Perez, Davey, Chris Bottom, Mayhem. How's it all going? Jojo, how are you? I haven't seen Jojo or Adoro for a while actually. Some good to have you back.
RAF Coningsby, as we spoke about, is the training school, shall we say, for the future generation of frontline Typhoon pilots. Also carries out policing, and of course it is one of two quick reaction alert stations in the UK. That's QRA, that's what the abbreviation stands for, quick reaction alert. This is where they scramble and as ready, oi oi and as ready as they were to scramble in World War II, they are as ready as they are now, 24/7, 365. There are men and women, pilots and ground crew. We mustn't forget there's also a dedicated ground crew team that will be on QRA. When that bell rings, that's it. It's Typhoon time and a push of a button. But where is it all detected from, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Well, we need to mention RAF Bulmer, Swanwick and also High Wycombe as well. And it's all detected from there. It's all about coordinating a response and using information from radar sites across the UK and from civilian aircraft and intelligence agency. The surveillance team in the Control Reporting Centre, CRC, at RAF Bulmer identify and share the recognised air picture RAP with the National Air and Space Operations Centre, NASOC, at RAF Air Command in High Wycombe. This would be the equivalent of NORAD in the US. Okay, so we have QRA, we have a CRC and NASOC, they have what's called NORAD. Okay, the USA is obviously a bigger country than the UK. They have, off the top of my head, White Wizard, if you're tuned in, if you can correct me, I believe it's 5 NORAD points, NORAD stations. So NASOC, they're based at RAF Command in High Wycombe. Now NASOC, they're the ones that decide that the threat is sufficient to scramble Typhoon jets, and they pass the order to the CRC at RAF Bulmer. All right, so you've got NASOC looking out for the skies, thinking this isn't right, let's check it out. They will then make the call to RAF Bulmer. Now Bulmer, up north, it's near Northumberland. If not, it's in the region of Northumberland. Sorry if I've got that completely wrong, but it is up that end of the country. The CRC, they're in direct contact with pilots at RAF Lossiemouth and pass on the message to scramble, for example. All right, they will be ready to make that call, and Coningsby then will be ordered to be on standby. It does depend where the threat is geographically in the country. Then they'll do the reverse. They'll be calling Coningsby, and then they'll have Lossiemouth on standby, for example. So there we go. So once the scramble is told and shouted out, it's time. So for example, we've got one fighter at RAF Lossiemouth. They'll take on to intercept rogue aircraft. They can be both civilian or military, and they'll fly on the edge of the those that fly on the edge of UK's airspace as well. The Typhoon being extremely agile, the multi-role aircraft, this is our choice of aircraft to use to intercept. Was I right about Northumberland, Davey? So yeah, I got it. Thank you. I got a good guess on that one. Thanks for that. So it is an ongoing coordination, pilots and engineers on constant alert. So for every minute, every day, ready to swiftly launch armed aircraft. Okay, now what I'm saying is that when pilots and ground crew are on a QRA, from interviews that I've and conversations that I've had, never go on a QRA with a full bladder. Okay, all right, and it's not uncommon because obviously it could happen any time of the night. It's not uncommon to get ground crew still in their underwear. The mission is to get that aircraft up. Adrenaline is probably kicking in for these pilots, but you've got to remember, ladies, gents, teddy bears, this could be the day that they have to shoot down a civilian aircraft, and I'll explain. But before I do, you need to understand the coordination is totally ongoing right now, this minute. The controllers at Swanwick, that 78 Squadron, they work with civilian counterparts to ensure Typhoons can follow the most direct route to their target. Embedded within the Swanwick Centre, run by Nats, That's the UK's main civil and air services provider. Now, the RAF Aerospace Systems operators at High Wycombe and air traffic controllers at Swanwick, they're basically continuously coordinating the response with scrambling the Typhoons. RAF Bryce Norton will also scramble a Voyager as well, should the Typhoons need a bit more endurance, so they can refuel mid-air to extend their range. And it has been known that they have intercepted before ships as well, not always about aircraft. So you could be on QRA and awaiting, you know, should it come 24 hours, whether it's Christmas, whether it's a bank holiday, whether it's a national holiday, it doesn't matter. There are men and women here ready to scramble. And a couple of other things, as I mentioned, about being rogue aircraft on the edge of our UK airspace. Military aircraft cannot just fly wherever they go, okay? When you can't see them on ADS-B or flight radar, the myth that they turn the transponders off, that's not true. Military aircraft or any aircraft, especially military, cannot, I repeat, cannot turn their transponders off to fly around the country. It is extremely dangerous, and it will cause a security issue in its own right. Okay, you've got to remember the nature of military aircraft cannot just fly where they want to on their training. Transponders are on because you can't have a squawk code without your transponder. Transponder and the SSR that we spoke about, which I'll show you at Lakenheath when we're there next. I'll show you how the transponder sends its signal and comes back. It bounces off an SSR, and that "hello, I am here" goes to air traffic controllers and radar. Okay, so turning your transponders off, if you were to look at ADS-B or flight radar right now, have a look at how many aircraft are in the UK on its own in the airspace. Millions, literally. Now, the problem with our friends that come over on the edge of our UK airspace, they don't have their transponders on, they turn them off. That is extremely dangerous. So another role for the Typhoon is not only to go, hey, can you just, you know, go away? For civilian aircraft flying around the airspace, the Typhoon has its transponders on so that civilian aircraft can go, oh, there is a plane there, didn't see that one. So it assists safety as well. It's really important. So if you're in a little plane, you're not going to be seen if you turn the transponders off, which is, well, it begs the question, why have you turned it off? Now, when that scramble goes from here, or Lossiemouth, you've got to remember the pilot is pretty much ready to go, all times, ready to go. They'll run to their aircraft. The ground crew already and the linees will be getting everything ready. Push of a button, the Typhoon, the pilot's just got to concentrate putting all the last bits on. And the thing is, you've got to remember, in just a few seconds, just a few moments, they don't know where they're going just yet. All right, they're doing their process. They're running. The first priority is getting into that jet and taking off. They're given, you know, before they know it, they're at 30,000 feet, and then realizing that, is this the day they're going to have to shoot down a civilian aircraft? All right, I don't want to go into the dark side and the details, but you have to think about the realism of that. You've only got to look at the events of 9/11 to understand the concept. But then you've got the psychological part from the pilot to have that order. It's very interesting how it all works. It's but you know, every time, like I say, oh, we're here now. When you're on holiday, when you're in Cornwall, when you're in Northumberland, Davey, you're in Lossiemouth, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Devon, Somerset, having some cider, on the beach surfing, you've got to remember there are men and women right now looking after that sky, and that is the whole purpose of the Royal Air Force. You know, since the 1st of April 1918, it's still going today. Be proud. And if you are inspired, and if you've got youngsters that are joining the cadets, it's a beautiful thing if they have that passion to not only be a pilot. There are so many roles in the Royal Air Force, but the cadets give them that training, the discipline, the basics, which will help them progress. It really does help. And if you've got that passion, keep it going. If you've got a child that's in the cadets, or if you are, you know, if I don't know, is it school at the moment? I don't even know what day it is or whatever. But if you've got a child in cadets and they're really passionate about it, there's so many careers: armourers, chefs, mechanics, you know, all that kind of stuff. Maybe they want to be an air-to-air refueler. Maybe they want to be in maybe the regiment. Don't forget, you know, there are men and women that look after the ground elements as well on the battlefield. There's a lot of roles that they can take on. The air and space is very interesting, and the channel promotes that. The channel promotes that good stuff for our Royal Air Force. It's something that we're very proud of. We've only got to look at the BBMF to realise and understand that that legacy is still going today, which is marvellous. Here we go, Foon time coming behind, running in nice and quick. Towards the end of the year, last few months, Ted and I will be giving out cadet talks. Looking forward to them again. They were good. Our first ones last year were really good, and we're looking forward to doing a few more. And I believe we're at 17 Coningsby Air Cadets again towards the end of the year. Looking forward to that. There's been quite a few inquiries. It's a lot easier sort of October onwards for us. They also carry out QRA training as well. So I mentioned Coningsby. So Coningsby is QRA South number 2, and QRA Station North number 1 is at RAF Lossiemouth. There is technically another QRA station, shall we say, at Mount Pleasant with 1435 flights in the Falkland Islands on constant standby to protect the airspace of the Falklands. Touch and go. Again, useful for pilots to get more takeoff and landing. To get training in a touch and go scenario. I've actually been in a touch and go before in my Chewy flight back from Crete, and I mean, you know, we didn't have the comfort of being told that it was going to happen. There was an issue with an aircraft that landed in front of us. Tyre bursts, and there was some debris, known as FOD as we call it, foreign object debris. And as our plane was going to land, bits of debris just flew on the runway, and without obviously knowing, we've just touched down, and the plane just pulled back up in our I can't remember what aircraft it was. Chewy, does anyone know what they have? I don't know, it's not my field. Civilian, what is it, Boeing, Airbus, I don't know, don't even know what it is. Anyway, as the aircraft pulled up, as our plane pulled up, the woman behind me, bless her, obviously I get it, she absolutely screamed and turned very, very pale. I was
drinking some happy juices at the time, and you know, coming back from holiday, of course, as you do, I was absolutely loving it. I did make a little, oh yeah! Can you imagine me, can't you? Shouting oh yeah while someone's absolutely screaming for a, on the yeah, the pilot did actually tell us what happened after, so you've got to imagine the, you know, us being all shocked what was going on, except for me. I was a little bit merry that night. But hey, there you go, that's so yeah, I'll get back to what I was saying. So pilots, if they, you know, especially military, they need to train this quite a lot, and it teaches them to make a touch and go second nature. You know, should an emergency happen, you know, on the battlefield, runway getting attacked, or even, like I said, just something as an event of a tyre burst, a stranded vehicle, or an animal running across the runway, for example, anything like that. You teach them to have this as second nature. The other option is a go around and a low approach as well. These are all types of go around, I guess, the low approach and the touch and go, which then lead on to a go around, back into downwind, back into the circuit. Making that lovely sound. Look at this. Oh. Sound amazing. How's it all going? Rockhape Chappie 5-4. Stuart G, Wibbs, Alex Blackcat. Why haven't I been to Falklands? You know what? Somewhere I really want to go. Trust me, I've looked into it. Actually, you just reminded me, someone said about civil aviation as well. When I was at Cranwell, don't forget, reminded me of it, to become a QFI, qualified flying instructor, you can be from a civilian background and military. So for those that have civilian aviation experience, could also you know, work in that industry as well. So that's a very good point, very interesting as well. In there, Ted. I know it's windy, mate. I know it's windy, bless you. Chris White, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, thank you very much. And Bryden Rumble Jones, high five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much for joining us. That's awesome, thank you so much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March, oh yeah. Turner's lorry again, like Waddington here. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Marnie, thank you very much for your 22-month service. Morning all, thank you. Captain Jerry Donnelly, watching those negative G's earlier made my day. I know, amazing, isn't it? Guards March. Adoro, 30 months membership as well. That's awesome, thank you very much. How we all doing, how we're feeling. Welcome to our midweek show. Captain Weber, how you doing? The BRT are on hand. I know I'd love to go. Trust me, I'd love to go. I'd just love to do that. A little flight from Bryce, I think it is, to Ascension, I think it goes, and then onwards, I think, if I remember correctly. But it's, yeah, we'll have to stay. Was it the Globe? Should we say? I don't think there's that many hotels there, is it? It's just, was it Port Stanley and, yeah. Go and see the Penguins, Ted. No, he's off.
Chaos 1-3 heading back as well.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Right, I'm just going to grab a quick cuppa before these two come back. Hang on, be right back. You right, buddy?
Yeah, it's only a thing. You know I'm interested in World War One.
Yes.
I've got some World War One books on the plane.
All right.
Would you like?
Sure. How many are we talking?
Only a couple.
That's fine.
There's
Yeah,
one
that's okay.
Jane's plane.
Yeah, I think there's another room I can fill at Claire's, so that's fine.
And there's another one that I've got. I meant to
wow,
put them in the car this time.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I thought, well, what I'll do, I'll actually do, because I know you're interested in all planes, and of course
Yeah, yeah,
history
yeah.
of planes.
Yeah, sure.
I thought, you know,
Yeah,
being
yeah, that's
more-
fine.
I've just bought one that we've just been to the BBMF.
Have you? Oh, nice.
So there's a book in there that's airfield of World War One. Actually, this is
I've got the World War II version of that.
It's, yeah, just a little more.
It's only a little.
Really nice book. Coningsby's not
Yeah, World War One. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
Oh, is it just linked
Yeah,
to
it
your
is,
exemption?
yeah.
so you've got Cranwell there.
Right.
One time they could like
Yeah.
But
Waddington should be on there.
Yeah, Waddington.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
yeah, Boddington 36. Got loads in there. 3 quid.
Oh, it's a bargain.
I mean, it's nothing, you know, when you
No,
look at all the
it's
pictures
just,
and
it's enough
stuff in
to
there.
get you.
Whet your appetite, doesn't
Oh,
it?
it's brilliant. Yeah,
I
it's
just
good.
thought I'd mention it to you.
That's
Again,
awesome.
awesome like that. But these other books, I thought, I'm going to get around to reading.
Yeah.
There's too much. But you want the other page, you need to think about it.
Oh, cool.
None of it stays in.
Oh, so it's good that I've
So
reached
it's
it.
seriously. Four little Lebanon RFC.
Yeah, I see those dotted about, and I'm like, I didn't know it was an echo, but it was RFC.
But yeah, we're talking about flight code to where's the make from. So yeah, I've got bits of knowledge on it. Because I was going to put something on the Red Baron the other week.
Oh, right, okay.
On your thing, and I'm ever so nervous writing anything about it.
Yeah.
Because I think you were going on about how they were shot down. It's believed he was actually shot down from the ground with the Australian. Although there was somebody strafing him as well, but he still landed the plane, even though he was 42 minutes. And then, of course, where we're from, which is Nottingham, we've got Albert Ball. Out here, right?
Yeah.
He was such a lovely. I mean, you ever get a chance to read a book on Albert Ball?
Yeah.
Look at it. Brilliant. Brilliant.
I like that read. Got a couple of Typhoons just coming back.
Right, let you on. I just wanted to catch you.
2 minutes away, I think.
Yeah.
We don't need to take it to
Oh, is it Capt?
Oh, no, it's great. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't know.
No, I was just about to go and get one from the van, actually, but yeah. I didn't know it's finished. Is it just
Normally it's all one.
is it just doing something?
I didn't drop.
It's a bit windy.
Oh, wait, no.
Would you like tea or coffee?
Go on in a cup of tea.
Yeah, sugar
Yeah.
or
Wine or two. Great. Wine or two. Thank you.
Let's go. Just before you jump back there. You've got
No, I've only got the one. That's one. We got loads on mine. Cool, no worries, thank you. We're just turning in now. Woo! The Typhoon's just coming in very shortly.
never been there, so we booked him on.
You got that?
How far away is that? Do you know from the platform?
Salmon smooth piloting skills here. Give me 1 second. I'll take that off you quickly now. Thank you. That's awesome. Thanks very much. That is amazing. I'll get stuck into that and you can test me later. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you.
Before you go, man, we want a little pen sticker.
Oh, right, okay, sure. No worries, no problem. No problem. So I just had to grab the cup of tea before it takes off, literally. have lost track of what's gone out. I think that could be it. I think anyway. But, quickly go and grab a quick refreshment. Tea and burger, I think. It's tea and burger time. All our food's back on the main ASP 29 Squadron. Hiya, you alright? Give me a few minutes and I'll answer that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. Give me I'm just gonna, let me just have this.
What you need to do, you do what you need to do.
Well, I can. I've got to grab these while I can.
Absolutely.
And I'll sort that out for you. I've got 4 different ones. Be back in 5.
No
How's that?
worries.
Is that a good deal? Alright, cool.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Just having a quick break before the next wave begins. Hope you're all good and hope you've enjoyed today. It's been a great day. Potentially should have some more foons going up later on. See lots of preparations there from the ground crew. But yeah, Nave's display in the family version Typhoon was pretty awesome, wasn't it? Amazing. Oh, good. It's all good. Totally having a good time. It's been a great day. Really enjoying it. Of course, it's always good to enjoy it myself as well. But welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. And we're just having a quick flick through the Lincolnshire's Royal Flying Corps airfields, and it was quite fascinating just to have a, you know, just to a little flick through that. In fact, let me just go and get it for you, one sec. Yeah, it's quite fascinating that, so for those that don't know, RAF Coningsby opened a year after the start of the Second World War. And one of the things that, especially here in this county, what was striking when I opened this book, and we always label Lincolnshire as Bomber County, one of the first things it says here in the foreword of this, it's a little book gifted by Val and Murray here, in Lincolnshire aviation in World War I. And one of the striking things I've already instantly seen is the fact that although Lincolnshire's referred to as Bomber County, it's not the entire story, which is quite fascinating really, because as I've opened this up, it certainly as a county had 38 Royal Flying Corps airfields. So it kind of goes to show from 1912 to 1918, especially as the developments of the first airfield started to develop, from even going back to 1912. And by the time of the end of the First World War, the whole of Britain had around 300 military airfields. And Lincolnshire alone, as looking at it, seemed to have 38 of those. So it was certainly a Royal Flying Corps county. And one of the things that's quite striking were the attacks from the Zeppelin raids. I mean, one of these, goodness me, this propaganda poster on here looks quite tragic. Labelling the Zeppelin as a baby killer. I mean, that's quite. Here comes a boom. Sounding good. Both World War I and Second World War saw a lot of these propaganda posters as well. I'm going to match that book with my other book I've got at home, Vintage and World War I aircraft. So I'm looking, well, they're military aircraft as well. Looking forward to that. Forget aviation itself didn't enter the category of military. Eventually, first of all, it was just, started off as an evolution of technology, and then eventually evolving into carrying passengers, flying boats and biplanes. And with the outbreak of the First World War, many of the army on the ground never even seen an aeroplane before, yet alone know if it was, yet alone defining whether it was friend or foe. Development of markings, and it was from the French roundel that the Royal Air Force's roundel developed, or at the time the Royal Flying Corps. Because at first biplanes of Britain had the British flag on it, but flying at flying high
with the speeds that it can do. It was very hard to tell what flag and whose aircraft it was, and it sort of in the airspace it became a battle of the noughts and crosses, if you put it in like that, if you put it that way. But eventually the roundel evolved into the reverse of the French roundel. But like I said, it wasn't uncommon for the troops, the army, the soldiers to shoot first and then find out. But don't forget, the very first interaction using biplanes as a combat weapon took a bit of time, because they started off just literally as a reconnaissance aircraft. And what you'll find eventually is that two biplanes of opposites just fly past each other and wave. And one of the stories that I read was the fact that these pilots of these biplanes, because that's what it was used for reconnaissance at first, and then they realized, hang on a minute, they're the enemy, why am I waving? So the next encounter, one of them took a pistol and started trying to shoot the other biplane. And this is in the air. The very first sort of aerial combat is with pistols, handheld. I mean, that's try to imagine what we have today, and imagining two guys in a plane each, and a biplane, and just trying to shoot each other in a biplane. And you think what we have today, and then the next encounter they thought, hang on a minute, why don't we mount the guns on there? Let's put a rifle and machine gun, have a two-seater, have your friend at the back, shoot. And amazing how it's evolved. And then the development of maybe actually mounting the guns and maybe trying to shoot using the gears to shoot through the propeller. I mean, even that's fascinating how that technology was evolved into that. And then of course development of the actual biplanes. There was so many different types. Curtiss, the Newport, the French really evolved in their biplanes. They really developed quite a few variants, which the US Army Air Corps were using as well. And there's one brand, do you know what? I struggle for the life of me. Begins with a B, in the same time period as Newport. It's like Bujour or something. Sorry about that. I'm gonna try and learn that. Another early biplane. But also we had de Havilland making, and Airco making the very first sort of military biplanes as well for us here. And and the way it evolved, and then finally the Gloucester Gladiator came out a bit too late, because in in December 37 we had the Hawker Hurricane monoplane started to evolve, and then the Spitfire came 8 months later in 1938. Joining that, and it kind of made that poor Gloucester Gladiator, which flew, even Roald Dahl, if you know Roald Dahl, the author, children's book storyteller, he was, that's a cool Ford Escort from 89. So yeah, it's Roald Dahl and Squadron Leader Marmaduke Pat Pattle. If you don't know who that is, he is the Royal Air Force's highest scoring ace, who sadly lost his life in a hurricane. He got most of his kills, I think he got most of his aerial victories in the Gladiator, served in the Africa, and then eventually went on to Europe and lost his life in the Aegean, in the battle over the Aegean there, in the hurricane. I've got a fascinating book about Squadron Leader Marmaduke Pat Pattle. He was a South African and was the highest. I mean, numbers go up to 50 something, but there's all sorts of numbers, but it indicates that he was our highest scoring ace as well. So amazing history with that. And like I said, technology improves, right? Technology gets better, and then you want to see what the Joneses have. You want to keep up with them or better them, and then the Spitfire and the 109 trying to outturn each other, outdive each other, and then later Marks, that type of opponent kind of makes you get quicker and better at making something better than your opponent, is what it's all about. There we go. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and rendezvous second. All right. Yes, I've got them here for you. They're just down there. Yeah, it is. Yeah, with red. I love it really, I love FIFA really. Sure, so going this side.
Thank you very much.
No worries, thank you. Have a good birthday as well.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for that. Enjoyed it today?
Yeah.
Good, isn't it? Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What now? Cool. That'll be alright, that'll be going all day.
that'll do. Yeah, small or medium?
Medium.
Right, let me see.
Yes, what's up, Ted?
Yeah, I'll just have a little photo.
Don't want to spoil you.
All right.
You look pretty small when you look like
Same with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Anyone else
Bless you.
just that. Yeah, sure.
That means she's lost one of her stop. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I remember. Yeah, I did need that. I was like, I know that. They had a few issues, so I had to bring it back. No track. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely right.
Oh, hello. Sorry, you alright? How you doing? Let's have a look. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Looks like a ground run on that one. Yeah, so I'm going to have a quick bite to eat, and while we wait, I'll give you all the lovely history that I found out a bit more about this. It's really amazing. Like I said, it's the World War I category. It's just something I'm adding a little bit into when I come across it. Now, especially the likes of Marham and Waddington, they were built in World War I. During World War I as well, and don't forget they were known as the Royal Flying Corps. It wasn't until the Navy merged together to become the Royal Air Force as well, in its flying component, and that was on the 1st of April 1918. So the Royal Air Force actually began right towards the end of the First World War. But it is amazing to think about the history of deciding of what is built where and how and why. It really is. But I'll go into a bit more detail. I'm just going to have something to eat, get those brain cells working, and we can all get excited about the history as well with that. but that was good time. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Look at this. I know. Look at this. I know. I am back. Thanks to Gucci Man for that tasty burger. Well, welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Ted Coningsby channel live. Oh, I thought it was a ground run. It's obviously moving. It moves. I lied about the ground run. It's not flexing, it's moving. Oh, doesn't that sound delightful? 41 squadrons seek and destroy. With their famous Echo Bravo on their Spitfires during World War II. Then we're here with the Harrier and Tornadoes here at Coningsby. What's making that? So we've got a Typhoon flexing. Yeah. When it starts to get loud, you won't be able to hear me at all. But I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. One canopy up, others at the ready, so should be getting some more movements at some point. On the main ASP. The weather has changed dramatically, and the fashion continues tomorrow.
And there you go, there's our calling. Nice. There we go, right. All good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live on this chilly day. You know, it's quite cold. It's not as warm as it started out to be, but that's all thanks to the that easterly cold wind. And thanks for joining us. Welcome to the show. So I was gonna just give you a little brief for those that know. For those that like to hear it again, I always like to try and add a little bit more extra information in the talks about the history and the bases. So rolling this up from the top, and we homed in on the Royal Flying Corps there from 1912 to 1918. But it was fascinating, like I've always said. And John Lang and Sons and the wimpy names that are still building today, household names of these original World War II airfields. Now, originally the threat at the time, like I said, was the Zeppelin raids. In a propaganda, it was labelled it really like quite dramatically, the end of the baby killer. You know, it was quite dramatic. And let's think about this. So you got the outbreak of the First World War and the Royal Flying Corps beginning. And the thing is, you know, you got to remember that aviation is actually quite new, hence the Zeppelin and these air balloons, and they were doing lighter than air aircraft at the time. So it was kind of new, really, you know. And as I mentioned earlier, I won't go into too much detail again, but the biplanes of how they developed into having them armed. And what I didn't say is that they developed bombers as well into biplanes, or biplanes into bombers, shall we say, literally dropping bombs and throwing them out. Even 1912, even the evolution of air wing walking to air-to-air refuel for the first time. Literally tying, you got a person been, you know, with a bit of rope and actually wing walking with a jerry can to top up the biplane. I mean, where has technology gone in that space of time? And to be honest, between let's say the biplanes of, like, let's just throw in a date, 1916 to the DH2s and the Airco, you know, from there to even the very early Avro 508s. I'm not too good at the biplanes at this stage, but I've just thrown in there one of them. Hope I got that right. But you've got to look into that technology from let's say 1916, 17. to by the time of 1944. In fact, even 39. And let's not forget that prototypes were already been designed from Roy Chadwick, R.J. Mitchell, and other fascinating, Sir Frank Whittle. Lots of things going on that are just advancing in technology. Don't forget, radar as well was something have been, developed as well at the time. So there's so much to think about. And like I said, 300 military airfields by the end of the First World War. And it was really fascinating just reading that first paragraph of, although the nickname in this county is Bomber County, the amount actually of RFC, was it something like in the region of, in the high 30s. I've got it here. How many RFC? Royal Flying Corps, just simple. I think it was 38, and in fact I'll give you some of them here actually. Waddington, of course, we've always mentioned that because that was developed in 1916. I mean, I think we got Cranwell here, Elsham, Gosburton, good kebab shop there, by the way. Thought I'd throw that in.
Food-related courses.
Yeah, you know it is. Market Deeping, Northcotes, Skegness, where we go into Skeg Vega. Stephen had an airfield there, which makes sense. And Winterton. These are just some. Even let's have a look. What else we got? Scotwick, that's Digby, New Holland, Manton, Lincoln. That's the Clayton and Shuttleworth. I mean, it's Leadenham. It's amazing, just fascinating. So, although you could say Bomber County, yes, but also it seems like it was defender of the Zeppelin, defending the county, a bit like RAF Marham. When it was RFC, it was the defender of Norfolk. Well, you could say before Bomber County, it seems to me that having a fighter stations with biplanes here, or on a defensive type to protect against the Zeppelin raids, those big sort of Hindenburg style aircraft, if you're not familiar with them, those balloons. But amazing, absolutely amazing to think of that change in technology. So 300 military airfields. I mean, they were built first of all with grass runways because there was no need for hardened runways with biplanes. No need for that, really. You can have a nice airfield just really quickly with the Royal Flying Corps and your biplane. But of course, things did actually change. Now, after the First World War, what do? Do you keep them? Do you get rid of them? I mean, we're always, just ripping our hair out going, not another RAF base closed. It is, that's the realism of it. But luckily for us, we have our Lost Airfields episodes, and we, keep that at least the history alive while we can still physically see the buildings. But then you got to think about it. 300 airfields, end of the First World War. Do we really need them? Think about it. Let's be realistic, okay? So, just to give you how much of a dip this happened to the state of the airfields military, by 1924 we had just 27 airfields military left. Now, they kept them. Of course, aviation is quite new, so they must have thought, hang on a minute, maybe it could happen again. Well, it did some 21 years later. Now, that's not really that long ago, but in 21 years, the technology could completely dramatically change. So it's something to think about. So, and luckily they did. The Air Ministry had an expansion program. They also brought in this Emergency Land Purchase Act of, I think it was of 1939, as well, to be able to purchase land on a compulsory basis, to say we need this land. There's a lot of thought put into the land itself. It's got to be flat, no obstacles in the way. It's got to be able to drain. It's got to be able to drain. Don't forget, we are naturally a wet country, so it's got to be able to drain the rain away. 50 to, I can't remember the max above sea level, sorry about this. It's got to be a certain altitude as well. I'd like to think, did I read 600 feet above mean, average, was it mean sea level? I will find out for you, but it had a criteria, okay, and there'll be reconnaissance and construction workers as well to go and do it. It was John Laying and Sons and other contractors in civil engineering, household names here in today's world. They really are. and it's fascinating that they're still doing it. Just to give you an idea of a runway's construction into the Class A, because they brought that in after, it was December 1940, it was decided that grass runways were no longer, because aircraft were getting heavier for bombers. I mean, this is solely for bombers. So 1936 we started to have the formation of Bomber Command, Fighter Command and Coastal Command as well, and then later, I think 1940, they did bring out the Training Command as well, with an influx of operational training units, which is a fascinating story in its own right. And operational training units, well, you've got to think of the technology we had then, and young men as 18, 19, some lying about their age, absolute true story, things we don't think about, because they wanted to have the wings, they wanted the pride, they wanted to be part of something, and their commitment to going into Bomber County. Thanks for that, by the way. Today we have 21 operational airfields and 21 satellite airfields. Thank you for that, Perry. That's awesome. Thank you. I love stuff like that. I do get little updates like that. But yeah, it's the. If I tell you how many were lost in training, so when you hear Bomber Command's losses of 55,573, if I was to tell you that 10% were lost in training, that's quite a hard number to swallow. That's over 5,500 men just lost in training. We always think of the combat losses, but we can't forget about the training losses. These men, young men, mixed backgrounds, just forming together in a Wellington, for example, training to become certain role in that aircraft, lost. But we've also got operational training units of Fighter Command as well. So training on Spitfires, the amount of losses in that as well was just, you know, loads. Absolute lots of losses just on training. The numbers are staggering. Some operational training units lost hundreds. It was, you know, when you think about it, it's very sad. You know, they haven't even gone into combat yet. But that's the operational training unit side. So that might, the sound might be a bit, it is food, you should never talk over a Typhoon. A commentator once told me that, never commentate over a Typhoon. Very true. But yeah, so there we go. So by the end, they did an expansion program to get airfields done. The Class A configuration wasn't quite put in place yet. We had a simple grass runway for our Hamdens, our Blenheims. We're talking bomber aircraft here, because we're not going into Spitfires and Hurricanes just yet. But again, they would have had a simple airfield, nice grass runway, job done. But they didn't bring in the hardened runways until December 1940. Any new runways to be developed and airfields to be expanded, then they would have them as a Class A configuration. It was so that you had 6 directions of travel. That's why they even had a windsock. I've seen a little diagram of this. It's like, well, where do you angle it? How do you do it? Every part of the country is different in the amount of wind and direction, so they had like a windsock and estimated through time the average directions. So they'll have one larger runway, the main runway, and 2 subsidiaries for safe landings and takeoffs. So it was really fascinating to understand that. Really amazing. Coningsby, on the other hand, yeah, I might have to just wait a moment. Probably it's flexing. Coningsby didn't open until 1940. In fact, November the 4th, 1940. Construction and the purchase of the land was towards the end of 1937. It takes about 18 months or so. They got quicker at building these constructing the airfields and stations. It took about 18 months from start to having the operational squadrons there. When Coningsby was opened in November, it was allocated to number 5 Group Bomber Command. Today it's part of number 1 Group, but not Bomber Command. Don't often mention that. So it took about 3 months, so February 1941 for the very first squadron to arrive here, and it was the legendary 106 Squadron, and they arrived here with their handling page Hamdens. The Hamden bomber, which I've got here, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase, which you'll know why in a moment, and it was with 106 Squadron. You know, there we go, there's our first bomber. This was the first aircraft to operate at Coningsby. Look at it, a Flying Suitcase, because the fuselage is just 3 foot wide. It's very, very narrow, 3 foot. Had another nickname, the Flying Tadpole, as well. The original early Marks had operated with the Bristol Pegasus engines, rated at just over 1,000 horsepower each. Crew of 4, and like I've mentioned before, the seat for the pilot, or at least the way the pilot got in, was a bit of a problem should the pilot get injured or worse. But that was one of the problems. They couldn't get the pilot out in time to literally get someone else to control the aircraft. So 106 Squadron arrived here. They had Zulu November on the tail, on the squadron code. On this one it's got Oscar Lima. I think that's I'd like to say 39 Squadron or 49 Squadron. Look at it. Pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, 49 Squadron, I think it is, the OL. I'm just going to check. Is it 83? I think it's 83. No, beg your pardon, it's 83. 83 Squadron. So, what? Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. It's going to get louder. 1 second. There we go. Amazing, isn't it? When we got before, then and now, look, so we've got the handling page Hamden with its 4,000 pound bomb load capability. Could take an 18-inch torpedo as well, along with mines. And 106 Squadron literally just a few weeks later went straight into the battlefield after their arrival. And it was on the 1st and the 2nd of March of 1941, 8 Hamdens of 106 Squadron took off from Coningsby to take part in the first ever operation for RAF Coningsby and Bomber Command, and it was a raid over Cologne. And only 5 aircraft actually got airborne, with 2 having engine trouble and the other becoming bogged down trying to take off on what was, as we mentioned then, a grass airfield.
106 Squadron, all 5 of them reached Cologne with 4 aircraft dropping their bombs, but the 5th one, piloted by Sergeant Howard, brought his bomb load back because of an electrical fault which prevented the bombs from being dropped. If you've been fortunate enough to be in a Lancaster, there are portholes inside where you can see into the bomb bay to see if your bombs had been dropped. And I was told that literally a bit of brute force, you know, a hammer or something to release the bombs, but I'm not so sure doing that is a good idea, but there you go. Now, 106 Squadron went into combat again for their second operation the following night, to the 4th of March 1941, with the target again being Cologne. But the Bomber Command raid wasn't just for Coningsby. There was 71 Hamdens, Wellingtons and Whitleys, and it was 9 of Coningsby's 106 Squadron Hamdens that took part. They departed at 2000 hours that evening and arrived to the target area to find large amounts of clouds in the gaps and generally fair conditions which allowed them to gain glimpses of the city. Now, bombing took place around 10,000 to 12,000 feet in the face of considerable searchlight activity, but little flak was reported really. However, sadly, in that raid, it was to have Coningsby's first ever loss. X3002, crewed by Sergeant Ken Good, Sergeant Bert Ward, Sergeant Dave Crouch and Sergeant Dick Essex, crashed near Angers in the Antwerp region of Belgium, with sadly the deaths of all 4, and it was Coningsby's first loss. By the end of the month, in fact by the end of March, operations from Coningsby in 41 for 106 had a total of 8 missions which have been carried out by 106 Squadron. There were to be many more, and joining 106 Squadron the following month was 97 Squadron, and their squadron markings were Oscar Foxtrot. These ones are 83, the OL, Oscar Lima. Now 97 Squadron were equipped with an aircraft that had really bad reputation, and I am right. So I've said about getting getting a model for you, and it's extremely difficult to do so. But what I've got is some photos and a fact sheet that I'm going to bring. Hopefully, I'll get them next week, so I can show you what the Manchester looked like. It was. Don't forget, the Air Ministry put out a requirement, a specification for a particular aircraft for these companies to. They literally had a race, like the Vickers, the Short Brothers, Handley Page, Avro and Roy Chadwick. They all tried to compete to get the order. It's, you know, when you hear the prototypes, there are like Douglas and you know, Lockheed and McDonnell Douglas and Lockheed, they do actually compete to try to get that order, because having that thumbs up, you know, means money and means jobs, means work. So a lot of these factories were trying to outcompete each other, try to become the first. Now Roy Chadwick was developing, which is really ironic because it wasn't the aircraft's fault, it was the engines, and that was the problem. Roy Chadwick had a real good idea for a design for an aircraft, but he was beaten to it later. But we did have the Avro Manchester. Now this was the problem which led on to the wonderful Avro Lancaster. Now Mark 1 Avro Manchester, I haven't got a Manchester, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a few differences. And of course it was literally a choice of engines. Now the Avro Manchester Mark 1 looked very similar to this, with the exception it had a third fin here in the middle, almost like a Wellington or a B-17 stabilizer. Oi, oi! So it had the H-tail along with the third fin. It had 6 foot taken off either side, and it had just the 2 engines. Now this was the problem. Oh, what does that sound? Cool. Well, this would be interesting if we get that. So it was the Avro Manchester, okay, and 207 Squadron first operated that one. But the the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, that was the problem. In fact, ladies, gents, teddy bears, the Vulture engine was, and the Manchester itself was grounded several times to a point it finished operations, I believe, in 42. They just discontinued it. The problems were the ball bearings in the engines. They were overheating and then making the engine catch on fire. Feathering in the propellers as well. Don't forget, propellers are pretty much like wings, the airfoil, so they're aerodynamically got to be perfect. And the Avro Manchester's Rolls-Royce Vulture engines were feathering. Again, this would cause problems with the engines and making them catch fire and malfunctioning, and that's not very good in combat, right? The Vulture engine was on paper rated at 17,060 horsepower. That's amazing. However, it was literally, they had enough. Short Stirling eventually won the sort of race, shall we say, in some ways, but there was an order on a specification put forward by the Air Ministry to produce a 4-engine bomber. They knew that 2 engines wasn't enough. I mean, think about our bomber command. What did we have? We had Blenheims, you know, quite a light bomber. We had the Ferry Battle. We did have a very good Vickers Wellington. I'm surprised we didn't have them here, but it's the way it goes. But history, fate has its ways. And eventually, the Short brothers actually developed the first 4-engine bomber, which was the Short Stirling bomber. Although that had problems because it was told that it couldn't have the wingspan that it needed. It needed a 125-foot wingspan or thereabouts. But the Air Ministry said, no, we're not having bigger hangars just for your aircraft. So they had to make the Short Stirling's wings smaller, so they look quite stubby. I mean, it stuck out up to here if I was to compare the two on a Lancaster. Hope you can hear me. Wow, have a look. There you go. Bit of sorry about that. It's one thing I learned is never talk over a Typhoon. It's just no point. Absolutely no point. Sorry about that, but yeah, as I was saying, the problems with the Avro Manchester, and in fact they were grounded so many times. 97 and 106 even reverted back to the Hampdens, as 106 actually converted to the Manchesters. But with them being grounded so many times, that was that. Anyway, eventually Roy, Chadwick and Avro teams decided to do away with the Avro Vulture, extend the wingspan by 12 foot, adding 4 new engines, the Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, number 20. Oh yes, slightly less horsepower at 1300, but they were more reliable to become the Royal Air Force's most successful heavy bomber. But that didn't come until 1943 for Coningsby. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander. Wing Commander Guy Gibson. ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. And yeah, just to give you a quick rundown on the history. Where do we get to? 1942, Wing Commander Guy Gibson took control over and commanded and boosted morale for 106 Squadron. The fact that 106 Squadron were one of the highest percentage of losses of Hamden squadrons, and Wing Commander Guy Gibson was also serving with 29 fighter, got himself 4 aerial victories while flying for 29, and got himself back into flying 18 night sorties, 6 consecutive as well. And the Air Ministry and the Royal Air Force and all the analysts of Bomber Command were taking note of his results, shall we say, and eventually came to the conclusion that he was the right person to command Squadron X, which was of course 617 Squadron, which was secretly put together at RAF Scampton for the Dam Busters raid. That was their official markings of squadron nickname, sorry, the Dam Busters. Here comes 2. Was about to have the Avro Lancaster, but to have that, they were selected to close the station so that they can have the hardened runways to suit the Lancaster. So 106 Squadron moved to Syerston and eventually Metheringham and didn't come back. 97 Squadron, before the runways were created into the Class A hardened runway. That's that letter A triangular configuration as we spoke about. But 97 Squadron moved in March 1942 to Woodhall Spa before the station was fully closed. In 1943 saw the arrival of the Avro Lancaster. 617 Squadron were here. They eventually swapped with 619 from Woodhall Spa. Further Lancaster squadrons came here as well. Eventually, in 1945, Coningsby had and were operating with various squadrons, the Havilland Mosquito. And in 1950, Coningsby saw another aircraft, the Boeing Washington, as basically a B-29, but the Royal Air Force have a different name for it, the Boeing Washington. It was only 3 years after that, ladies, gents, teddy bears, that Coningsby saw a new era of aircraft. Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft, the English Electric Canberra, which flew with various squadrons as well. It was still part of Bomber Command even at that time in '53, until eventually 1962 Coningsby had another legendary aircraft, the Avro Vulcan, with various squadrons. But that only lasted until 1964. And Coningsby was to be selected and chosen to become the TSR-2 base. But sadly that never happened. And the problem was, it was time to really think about a replacement for the Canberra. And without the TSR-2 going ahead, the Royal Air Force purchased the F-111 Aardvarks for Coningsby, but the contract didn't go ahead in the end. They pulled out. I think they had 2 on order. It was the F-111K, I think it was, and eventually it was to have number 6 Squadron to change Coningsby's Bomber Command role
in over 29 years, Coningsby became a fighter town. In fact, it was the Phantom of number 6 Squadron that arrived here. I think they came from RAF Akrotiri at the time, the flying can openers, due to the fact that nickname comes from the fact that the amount of tanks they took out during World War II. Other squadrons followed. Of course, you've got to have an OCU, an operational training conversion unit, 228. There were other squadrons as well that arrived, 29 fighter, 41 as well. Eventually some of those moved to RAF Wattisham to act and serve a new purpose to become a QRA station. There were other quick reaction force stations such as Leeming as well. In 1973 saw the arrival of the BBMF's Lancaster at the Coltishall station in Norfolk at the time, until 1976 when they arrived here to make Coningsby its home. So Coningsby had the BBMF aircraft. I'd like to say the Dakota, I might be wrong, I'd like to say the Dakota arrived in the BBMF in the 90s? Was it 91 at a guess? Just guessing on that one. I really caught a glimpse of that the other day. Another new thing I'm going to learn. It's because we don't really talk about the Dakota here, because we don't really see it. I haven't seen it for a couple of years. I might be wrong. If you know the answer, let me know. When did the... There you go, something for you. When did the Dakota arrive in the BBMF inventory? Was it 1991 at Nikos's guess? There we go. And of course, more changes to Coningsby and the arrival of Harriers with 41 Squadron, Tornadoes in the 80s, and then eventually the 19th of May 2005, number 17 Squadron brought with them the first Typhoon here to become a Typhoon station and a quick reaction alert station here at Coningsby. Oh, I was close. Thank you. 93. It was a good guess. 1993. Thank you for that, Chris. March 1993. That's fine. That'll stay with me.
had plenty of Foon action today. It's been great, hasn't it?
Love it.
How are we all doing? RSVP, G Van Pulliam, Davey, Paul Mayers, Dr. Soda, Margot. How's it all going? Hope we're all good. Simon Wattrell, how's it going? Oi oi to you. Dan Clark. It is a nice busy day. So you may have seen there the ground crew just pulling the final tags. That last symbol of the ground crew, the linee, holding the fists up the top for the pilot to put their hands on the handles at the top of the cockpit, because they can't touch anything. Pressing a wrong button or pressing a button could be disastrous. So whether you're arming the aircraft and disarming it, the pins are pulled at the last minute. It's really important that the pilot gets that. A lot of hand signals are done in that way. So yeah, so it could be for flares or anything like that. The pins are pulled out the last minute, whether it's to be to activate the armament or flares. Those pins are pulled last minute. Now, to do this safely, they'll marshal the aircraft to stop, and then they'll do that symbol for the pilot. You'll see the pilot, if you were in a different position, you'll see the pilot holding onto the handles at the top, and it's just to have a bit of peace of mind and a bit of safety, so that the ground crew know that the pilot can't accidentally touch anything, because obviously even moving and letting go of, moving the aircraft could be disastrous with the person underneath it. They have to have their hands up there and to do nothing until it's all cleared. So yeah, very dangerous status. Good that we've seen it twice today. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Beautiful. Look at that. Aero-breaking at its finest. Look at this. There you go. Look at that. Turning the Typhoon's undercarriage into a huge air brake. Almost like a huge parachute, let's say. It's done that way. The angle of attack on the Typhoon, doing a wheelie, let's say, creates a lot of drag. It's like having your hand out in a car. You could feel as a moving car, you could feel that force, and it just takes the strain and pressure off the front braking system, and the front nose gear as well. So that's the reason why they do it. Coming up to our last few stages of our show, and you know, actually don't know. Hi. Sorry. Yeah, we've done it till 10 o'clock. No, not really. No, you just have to yeah. You just come early and stay all day. You're bound to see something. That's the best thing to do. Yeah. No, that's all right. No problem at all. Going to say we still don't actually know where we're going tomorrow or Thursday. Tomorrow or Friday. Still not 100% sure what we're doing yet. So the live stream schedule might be a bit late going on tonight because I'm not 100% sure where we're going tomorrow and Friday. How we doing, everyone? Oi oi! Sharon Pilkington, Chris Bloxham, Doctor, Paul Mayers, Anonymous. How we all doing? Davey, Someone Watcher, and Ellie J Approach. Oi oi! Not Captain Weber. How you doing? Hope you're good. Meth, Mark Garwood. Hope we're all well. Been a busy day today. And of course, if you love military aviation, and be sure to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And you've been cleared to give the like button a touch and go. And of course, don't forget to marry up your subscribe button with the notification bell button, where you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos as well. Oi, oi. Cool. Another departure coming up. the floor. Here we go, look at this. frosty mouth now, look at this. Hey! So, performance takeoff coming up. Oh, get ready. We've got PTOs. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. PTO time. Now we're going to see the power of the Typhoon's impressive thrust to weight ratio being just 82% carbon composite with very little metal, with 2 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheat. The thrust to weight ratio, even fully fueled, is way below, giving it a fantastic ratio where in just 8 seconds from those brakes to be released, it will be able to pull into a 50 to 60 degree vertical climb. And we're talking about, depending on the pilot, about 185 miles per hour from brake release to 8 seconds. That's impressive. So that 0 to 185 miles per hour in 8 seconds and then 22 seconds later it'll be supersonic. How cool is that? And that's all because of the lightweight airframe and the power and performance of those EJ200 engines by Rolls-Royce.
Guarantee it. You included. Don't be big.
This is going to be good. Teddy's gone, mate. It's absolutely gone. Ted's trying to find it. I don't think he will. Teddy's gone, mate. It really has. Beret down, beret down, beret down. Did it actually go under the car? Oh, I've got it, I've got it. I see it. I've got it. It's, see it in the railings. Just there. Oh, Teddy. Teddy. I'll tell you what, they really do caption sometimes. It's pretty cool, that was awesome. Woo! way to sort of come to the end of our stream with two performance takeoffs there and up. Here we go. Yeah, see you later. Thanks, man. Sean Oliver, oi oi to you. Margot Cormez. How's it all going? Dr. Donovan Phillips, Sharon Pilkington, Simon Wattle and Margot. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Ellie J Approach, Davey Wibb, Synchro, Blocks. Hope we're all good. Christopher Neal is all good. Scorcher, thank you very much. I hope we're all good. Oh, nice. No, I had a quick glimpse. It's very interesting. Very good.
I know, I'm glad you find it interesting.
I do. I do indeed.
You went on in the car.
Oh, right, yes. Oh. The wind's still punching out there. Scorcher, thank you very much. A Guards March. TEDxQ. Ah, yeah, thank you. Seattle Coffee, member for 5 months. Nikos, keep being excellent at what you do. Thank you very much. Someone watching on high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ah, yeah. Hang on, Ted, you're not quite in focus there, mate. That's better. Gunfighter 71. Just turning round now. Another approach. Thank you very much. Thanks for the tea as well. Thank you. Right, here we go. It's such a typhoon day. You just keep the reheats on. That's a good one. Nice one for that one. Thank you very much for sending that one in.
Fair enough. Okay, I might look at that then. Price difference is a lot. You got the wrong camera now.
Yeah, the other one's quick, like me on that.
As you can see there, the Typhoons don't always just leave the gear down. They do retract it, but you can see the difference is the fact that this Typhoon's gone way out of the circuit now. We'll come back round again using it may use Cranwell's radar for that bit if it goes out so far, but that's usually when they use 2.5 though, so don't quote me on that. But it's gone out of the circuit technically. Usually it'll go into downwind by now, which is just over here.
It's just kind of.
Well, we're just like I said, we're just going to wait for Gunfighter 7-1 to call the shots to end the show. We shall wait for Gunfighter.
And this thing will.
BA Systems, how you all doing?
I'm gonna upgrade this to a G9, but I don't know. I'll see. I'm up with it anyway. So.
Well, if you put 300 on that,
Loving it.
That's the only problem. The focus on this is yeah. So every time I'm having to manually focus on it.
Now that horn that you just heard, it was in there. That was the Typhoon's horn. I know. The Typhoon has a horn. I'll repeat, the Typhoon actually has a horn. I actually asked this question just thinking, do aircraft really need a horn? Yes, it does, and the Typhoon has a horn. It's actually the canopy horn. When they open the canopy, it makes a beep noise. And it's all good reason for health and safety as well. So if you've got a canopy opening and closing, fingers, and also you don't want to, you know, someone just operating near there and the canopy just suddenly opens. So there you go. There's another one. Which way? To the food heaven. I thank you. Jens here, thank you. How are you? You there, Red Ted, pass me the foosball. Yes, my name is Jens from Germany, how are you? Yes, I will teach you the ways of foosball, yes. And let me lighten this up. You must have good camera skills to watch, good football skills. My name is Jens from Germany. I'm going to teach Red Ted how to perform wonderfully at football with the Bundesliga. Yes, give me the football, I will kick it to you, and you must header it in the goal. Okay, okay, you ready? Now I want to see Jürgen Klinsmann in you, okay? No pressure, thank you very much. My name is Jens from Germany, I do not tolerate any misbehavior. There you go. Are you ready? It's Bundesliga, I want you to do Jürgen Klinsmann. I know you do this aerobatic stuff very good with your red arrows, but I need you to do very good with football, okay? Oh, wonderful! Jürgen Klinsmann, beautiful Bundesliga! What on earth just happened there? Goodness me, those two. Unbelievable. How you doing, Grand Crew Drew? I hope you're all good. Hey, are you alright? No. Yeah, I'm alright. I just seen Red Ted playing football with Jens. Jens and Red Ted playing football there now. What's going on there now? I don't know, mate. Yeah. Well, I've just been enjoying these pretty little planes really while doing me perimeter checks. It's quite good, really. You know, going around doing all the checks and these pretty little planes flying around there now. Yeah, they're nice, aren't they, the Typhoons? We've just been working on the 29 Squadron and just pulling pins out and getting them ready for training with 29. Oh, what have you been doing there now? Well, you see, when they're armed or if they got flares, they need the pins taken out last minute. But actually, saying that last minute, you better duck, Oh, I love duck. No, duck, there's a plane coming. I love the wide shot as it lands, it's quite nice, I like that. Nice. Beautiful. It's me, Mick Hucknall.
Ah, you're posh, aren't you? Here, look at you. Oh, I like the hair. I might have to try that. Yes, it might be a... Just come round, Joanna, fix an evening for tonight, please, with this fine gentleman. My name is Wingy, part of the posh officers. Yes, Typhoons. You sing marvellously. Yes, You'll have to come and do some karaoke with us tonight. Joanna, put that on the agenda for tonight. Thank you. Yes, Come on, Hucknall, let's go.
Oh, that was a good one from Red Ted. He played well. Right then, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, it's that time to call it and put everything back in the hangar. And Sue W, thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nikos, for a wonderful show today. You're most welcome. Thank you very much. John Cartwright as well, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Guards March. Seattle Coffee, 5 months members, but Nikos, keep being excellent at what you do. Thank you very much. Some lovely words there, and thank you. And of course, all of you, stay in the green. Make sure you're all good and well. That's what we like. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, that is our show done for today. And we're going to head back and think about where we're going tomorrow and Friday. So don't worry, set your notification bell button on and we'll let you know hopefully soon. But I have no idea where I'm going tomorrow, Ted and I. We might even do a Saturday show, so which might mean I might take tomorrow off. So this is what I mean. So it's one of those, this time of year between now and October, it's trying to be at the right place at the right time with things like that. So I'm really trying my best, you know, to get you as much fun military aviation. But the thing is, though, I've got so much confidence that even if we go to a place where we just had 2 departures, which we did at Mildenhall the other day, it was still, we always have such a laugh every time. Even that once at Mildenhall where we had that one movement, it was, you guys were just amazing. You know, it was an exercise. Anyway, listen, thank you very much. First of all, Typhoon Display Team, thank you very much.
That was awesome. And of course, RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for what you do. Big salute to all of you. And all our fans and viewers, thank you so much for joining in and having some fun with us. So, I think we're done, Teddy. Right, it's time for a salmon roll. So, my name's Nicholas, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live at TED HQ. So for the last time for today, it's see you soon, wish you well.